Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and you might notice that my camera angle looks a little bit different. And that is because I managed to find a webcam I had upstairs and decided to install it. And of course it decided it didn't want to cooperate when I opened OBS. Luckily, I was able to figure out that I needed to install the USB drivers, not the imaging drivers that I installed by default. Whatever. Logitech, get your drivers straight. It should just work. Anyways, who do we have? We have Sloopy Malibu, who is probably at the Coco podcast. Frank S., Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, Thomas Armstrong, Jack68K, Eric's Edge, Biggie John. Welcome, everyone. Alright, so I know it is the month of May, which means it is May Pro. So I have a new channel goal to buy and repair a K-Pro. So you can check that out. The Ko-fi link is in the video description. Hi Bruce, welcome, and Ryan of Everything is Broken Garage. I have parts of the Performa 600 all around me. I've got parts to my right. I've got parts to my left. I have parts that annoyed me to no end. But unfortunately, I fixed it without the camera rolling because I found an issue with my recapping job and thought, oh, that can't possibly be the only thing wrong. And I should have probably recorded it because that was the only thing wrong. And what was that thing? I had accidentally desoldered the lead of one of the resistors in the power supply, and neither myself nor someone who double-checked my work caught it. Until, I think it was this past weekend, I was trying to see what ICs were in the power supply because I was going to order spare parts from Mauser. And I see this desoldered resistor lead. I'm like, that can't be that simple. Solder it, put it back together so I can test it, and it worked. Of course. And I forgot to hit record on my camera. Shame on me. Well, I guess we always can't be recording everything. So I think I was watching Bruce's live stream last night, and he admitted that, oh, by the way, I tested this off stream and it worked then. Well, yeah, we all have those tested off stream and it worked type deals. Sloopy, I only owned a Coco 1 week before Coco Fest, so that was not enough lead time to attend. Though, yeah, if I'd only had a Coco maybe a little sooner than that and could have actually planned to go, then I would have been there, so maybe next year. But yeah, this year I didn't have a Coco up until like 1 week before Coco Fest started. Alright, I guess it is time to start putting the Performa 600 back together, and where am I going to start? I am going to start with Garth's favorite thing to recap. Paging Garth Beagle if he's lurking. It is the CD-ROM drive. So, there's nothing, I just need to reassemble it. Basically, I think the last recapping live stream, I recapped this, and then I think I had to, like, clean and dry it off stream because I ran out of time. But anyways, so, these boards have been through the ultrasonic cleaner. So, there's the board that goes on the front panel for the headphones. Yep. Oh, there we go. There's the headphones, the audio potentiometer, the LED, and the eject button. So I think it had those. There were 3 electrolytics there. So this board looks good now. And then there's the main board in the CD-ROM drive that had a bunch of electrolytics here. That one is actually empty, so it looks like I'm missing one. Well, it's missing before I started. And a couple more there. These are like the hard ones. But the board cleaned up, so it should be good to go. I think this CD-ROM drive will hopefully work. But yeah, it's been through the ultrasonic cleaner and dried and then been sitting to the side for several weeks, so definitely should be dry now. And hopefully I remember how to put this thing back together because it's been a couple weeks. Alright. So I think these are the screws that hold... Alright. Yeah, nice and clean. Alright. So I'm just going to go about this, hopefully, in some sort of logical way. Alright, so there's 2 screws there. Oh, I think... 1, 2... So I think... this board just kind of... yeah, I think it just sits in there. And yeah, I think there's just the 2 screws. Okay. Just trying to recalibrate because it's been a couple weeks since I looked at this. So yeah, alright. I'm hoping it works. So the thing is, I didn't, the Performa 600 stopped cooperating before I could actually get it to go far enough to actually see if the CD-ROM drive did anything beforehand. But, so I recapped it before actually being able to test it. And also the other funny thing is I bought a second power supply for these on eBay because I thought, oh well, if I've done something bad to the first one, I'll just recap a second one and see if that works. And of course, lo and behold, I figure out what's wrong with the first. So, well, I guess the good thing is now I have a spare power supply that I can recap. And one of the next things I'm going to try for Mac side at least is I've got that 2CI parts board. I'm going to see if I can fix it. So at least I have a power supply. I could actually theoretically put my 2CI back together with the parts I have. So let's see here. I'm also going to do a little bit of cleaning while I'm at it. And, oh, I moved things on my workbench because I was recording video yesterday. I don't mind spoiling the beans because I'm sure you all will figure out anyways that I bought a MacBook Air on eBay. It is a, actually I think I admitted it on Bruce's stream last night. It is a 2015 MacBook Air. So it is capable of running Monterey. So I last night had to come down to the workbench and install an SSD in it because it didn't include an SSD. It has a dent in one of the corners, and there's like a light spot on the display, but, well, I paid like $105 for it plus shipping, so I think given what I paid for it, it's in reasonable shape. It has 8 gigabytes of RAM, but it's the I guess the i5 configuration. But anyways, I've got a 2 terabyte SSD from OWC because the one crazy thing I do with my MacBook Air, and I know you all are going to think it's so crazy, but I actually do. I am not joking when I say I do sometimes edit videos on it. So the thing is, the 2012 MacBook Air I had, well, Adobe stopped supporting Catalina. Microsoft stopped supporting Catalina for Office, so I was still fine because I It's like, well, I can use the version of Photoshop that's still installed because at least Adobe's activation program's still running. And OneDrive is working, so I can at least still sync files between my PC and my Mac. Well, then finally Microsoft broke OneDrive on Catalina, and that was the straw. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I got to buy a newer MacBook Air. So yeah, I had a choice. I could have waited. There was another MacBook Air from the same seller that ended like 15 minutes after mine. It was actually for the i7 configuration with 8 gigs of RAM. It actually had a small SSD in it, so I would have had to have replaced the SSD. But it did not have a battery in it. So, and I was afraid it was going to go for a lot more, so I decided to go for the i5. I'm also thinking there might have been a little bit more wrong with it than I remember in the description. But anyways, it only went for like $110 plus shipping. But the nice thing is the one I got has the battery in it, although I'm going to replace the battery because it has like 700 and some. It's reporting as normal in the OS, but it has 700 and some charge cycles on it, so come on. I'm no fool when it comes to knowing that that's probably about the time when the OS is going to tell me needs service, so I am just going to go ahead and replace it. But anyways, so I got a newer MacBook Air, got the SSD in it, I've got all my files transferred, and it was nice. I ran Migration Assistant. It took forever to copy because I don't have Ethernet adapters for my MacBook Air, so it ran over Wi-Fi. It took like from, when did I start it? Well, I probably started it like at 11 p.m. or something because I didn't immediately install Monterey for keeps because there was a warning in the manual for the SSD. OWC included a warning in the package. It said, "Oh yeah, you may not be able to install anything newer than OS 10.13." Although it was really confusing. I think it meant like anything newer than OS 11, but there's like you'll get this error saying that there's no valid drive to install the firmware update to, or blah 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 blah. So I wanted to make sure I would actually be able to run the Monterey installer before I did it for real. Let's see, we got Falcor, welcome. So, yes. Oh, and Jeremy's here too. So anyways, and then I realized that the newest OS I had an installer for downloaded was Catalina, because that's the newest my MacBook Air supported. So I ended up to upgrade my 2015 MacBook Air. I had to settle for installing Catalina to then go up to, let's see, did I? Oh, no, I went straight to Monterey on the first install from Catalina to Monterey, but I downloaded Big Sur, so at least had a copy of that installer handy if I need it. And then made sure that Monterey installed, and then I wiped the drive and then did a clean install of Monterey to run the Migration Assistant on, and that took like 11 hours to copy 700 gigabytes of data. So now if you're wondering, now you probably know why I bought a 2 terabyte SSD. It's because I had like 700 gigabytes of data that Migration Assistant copied. So, and then with all the temporary files that get created, I had more like 200 gigabytes free. I was like, and that's before I copied any videos onto it to edit. So I got the 2 terabyte drive. Yes, I know it would be slow. Retro Techie cannot have it. Hi, Retro Techie. Yeah, I should install Snow Leopard on this. Yeah, I don't think Snow Leopard's going to install on this. Yeah, I almost decided to just only go up to Big Sur, But then I realized that Big Sur is the... So I guess the latest version of the OS is Ventura. So Monterey is the first old version, which would make Big Sur the second old version. So Big Sur is about to not get security updates. So I decided that I might as well just go ahead and embrace Monterey because I can. That's also why I went with the 2015, is because at least it would run Monterey, although that's the newest it natively supports. Hey, Geek with Social Skills. So, yep, I at least have, probably about 16 months of security updates on it, and hopefully by then, I'll probably just break down and buy an Apple Silicon Mac of some sort. But I'm not ready to make that plunge. I wanted to get something cheap that would at least be getting security updates, and that at least Adobe and Microsoft software would run on it. As awful as that software can be at times, at least it would run. Notice I'm only saying that it would run, not necessarily run well. Well, Jeremy, to answer your question, would anyone here watch a poorly produced video showing some Macs in a climate-controlled storage unit? I think the answer is that there's a lot of people to watch a lot of things. And why in the world do I have so many weird screws in this bag? Hold on. Oh, okay. Now I know why. It fooled me. Because I put these... Yeah, and there's a resistor in the bag, too. Fun fact, when I couldn't find a bag to put the screws in, to at least set these to the side in a bag so I didn't lose them, I found a bag that had a single resistor in it. So I will put the resistor back in the bag, and now hopefully put that back where I got it. Alright, now I remember why there's so many screws. So these screws here are the screws that hold the rails on, that the drive slides into the case on. So I can set these to the side for the moment. And hopefully not actually lose them inside the drive. Alright, and then I think, let's see here, I think these next bigger ones are these are the four screws that hold the case on. Which now means I've got 4 screws that hold the board on, and I have to remember, which means I may have to go watch my own video. Which side do the 2 longer ones go on? Okay. Well, my first thought was the longer ones go on the back, but actually, looking at the drive mechanism, they may actually go on the front. Oh yeah, and I'm still trying to figure out remember how the... There we go. Here's the ribbon cable I was looking for. Right. Well. Right, there it is. Nope, come on. Okay, can you tell that this ribbon cable has, Yes, this ribbon cable remembers being bent like this for years. There we go. Alright, I got it. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to, like, go find the video where I took this apart and see if I can tell which screws are the longer ones and which are the shorter ones. Let's see here. Oh, and Jeremy, I'd probably watch it. And let's see here. Sean would watch a video on the history of early Hungarian cabinet making. Yeah, I would probably watch that video too. Because you all probably don't realize the wide variety of YouTube channels I subscribe to unless you go actually look at my channels I subscribe to list. Okay, let me see here. So, I believe this is the live stream where I recap the CD-ROM drive. And I think I want to mute this channel. Mute this tab. Not that I'm worried about a copyright strike on my own music, but to reduce the distractions. Okay, so there's me recapping the logic board. Oh, what fun. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. Here's the CD-ROM drive. Yeah. Actually, Roger, you... Oh, hi, Roger. You typed moo and... Oh, and hi, Trina. And Rudy, welcome. The chat just kind of went vroom while I'm trying to scrub through this video. Yeah, Roger typed moo in the chat at the moment where I jumped to a section of the video where I am using Claris to desolder the logic board. How appropriate. Maybe I shouldn't have muted the tab, because you'll just have to take my word for it. Okay. Alright, so I found where I'm taking apart the optical drive. Let's see here. Oh, hey, Game Doc. Game Doc's in the house. And Joe! Joe is in the house. Oh no, Joe is programming in C#. We're in trouble. Oh, wow. Oh, wait a minute. I just tricked myself. I'm saying hi to people that's in the chat of the video I'm replaying to, okay, never mind my babbling. I just realized that I was looking at the wrong chat. I was looking at the chat of the video I'm watching to try to see which screws were the long ones. And I'm saying hi to people that are entering the chat. Not, at some point I realized, wait a minute, the chat shut up really fast. Wait a minute. Joe was programming in C# a few weeks ago. No, I'm looking at the wrong chat. Okay. Well, I guess maybe if they're lurking, I still say hi, but yeah. If you all are wondering, who in the world is he saying hi to? Well, it's because I got tricked. Okay, here we go. I've got the... Oh, wait a minute. I think I see the answer to one of my questions. Oh no, I'm off screen on part of this. Wait, I may have another piece of the CD-ROM drive. Sorry, I can't see the chat because I don't have a good place to move it to. So behave in the chat. I'll be responding to the chat momentarily, just as soon as I confirm that I did something. Did do that off screen, didn't I? Yes, I did. That was silly. Also, I think there's like one more piece of this CD-ROM drive. Hold on. All right, so I'm all right. So there we go. So I'm taking the. Hold on, there we go. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see how this goes. All right, one moment. Yeah, I'm not missing a piece because Okay. Because those are termination resistors. And I still seemingly have too many screws. Oh, okay. I think I know what the problem is. Hold, please. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yep. Sorry, Thomas. I was looking at the wrong chat window. That was confusing. Time traveling. Yeah, I'm saying hi to people in the past. I'll just have to point them to the yeah, I need to get my stream up to 88 miles an hour. That is definitely true, Sean. Uh-oh. Did I just... Okay. I haven't done anything silly yet, but this connector here is very fragile. And I'm hoping it hasn't broken. Alright. So I think by watching my previous stream, I've seen enough to know that two of the screws that I thought held the top and bottom on actually hold the faceplate on. Alright. Alright. So, there we go. And I believe those are going to be... I think they've got to be the shorter of these two screws. And the longer ones hold the top on, I believe. Unfortunately, when I took the screws out, I was off camera. Also, I think by looking at this, the longer screws would be too long for this because I think they'd interfere with the Caddy. Okay, so these two screws go here. Alright, so there's that. And then... I think these two screws go here. No, they don't. They go here. No, they don't. Oh, wait. They go... Oh. I'm going to have two screws left over at this rate. It's almost like there's something I should have screwed back in and haven't. I don't like this. Okay. Hey, Michael. Welcome. I'm putting something back together that I should have tried to put together weeks ago. Okay, so actually these bigger screws go here and here. And then this top cover goes on, like so. And let's see here. Do these go... Oh, maybe these go on the outside? No, they don't fit on the outside. Yeah, I should have put this together weeks ago. There we go. VCF East happened. So the Thursday where I would have put these back together, I was not available to live stream. And I just about fell again for looking at names that are in the chat behind the chat window. I think I've had a long week. There we go. Okay. So there's those two screws. So now I have 2 more screws that are left over. They go somewhere. Somehow I suspect they actually went inside and... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did they go here? Oh, I may have to take the top off because I may have goofed. There's where they go. Alright. Hold on. I need to go, Yeah, I'm still in the men's dorm streaming. Yeah, funny. Yeah, that would, actually, mentally, I'm probably still at VCF East. Okay. Alright, so there's 2 screws. There's 2 screws that go on the side that I removed at some point. Because I thought they were holding the cover on. Hold on, I'm waiting until I actually remove them. Because I see them, they're in. I'm removing this screw right now in the video. So, thinking that that's holding the cover on. And okay, now I flip the drive back over and I remove this screw, thinking it's holding the cover on, but in reality it's holding the front faceplate on. Alright. Commentary of me watching the video that I would have trouble showing you, but... Alright, and then... Oh, okay. I take the faceplate off because I think you got... Oh, that's what I did. I removed the faceplate because I thought it was holding the cover on. And then I realized that, no, that's not... That wasn't everything. Okay. You know, I could probably watch myself back in, at super speed. There we go. So let me play myself back in double speed. Alright, so I struggle with the front cover. You know, I think oh, okay, now I'm removing the top 2 screws. Okay. And then the cover still doesn't come off. And that's when I probably removed the 2 side screws. And something's still catching it. Oh, maybe those 2 screws are holding it on. And let's see here. I walk back and get something off my shelf. Oh. What did I get off my shelf? Come on, Justin. Hurry it up. Oh, the CD-ROM caddies. Oh. Oh, yeah, I'm showing off the CD-ROM caddies. This is hilarious. Joe's talking about C# code in the chat while I'm doing this. So, in the chat while I watch this, everyone, put what speed CD-ROM drive your first CD-ROM drive was in the chat, and I'll read them out as soon as I watch myself remove one of these 2 side screws, which hopefully I do now. I need to see if they're the short ones or the long ones. And there we go. I remove it, and... there we go. And of course I set it off camera really quick, but now I'm stepping the video back frame by frame, hoping I can catch a glimpse of the screw in my hand. And it is... I think one of the short ones. Alright, I'm going to have to watch myself remove the other one. Oh, confirmed. It is one of the short ones. I just saw myself set it on the bench. Alright, so, what have I done wrong here? I have put the wrong screws inside the drive. Alright. Alright, so now that I just did something I probably should have realized I needed to do before the stream. Alright, let me remove the cover. Let me... Oh wait, I didn't need to remove the cover. Never mind. Well, actually, I would... Okay, so there's one. Because, yeah, that's definitely one of the short screws that was holding the side in. Alright, 2. Okay, so, note for future self. Find a better way to take screws out during a live stream when you're not sure you're going to be able to finish it during the stream. Alright. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, Falcor is just chilling. That's cool. Sometimes we all need a just chilling night. I will probably do that some point this weekend. Although I do have videos to edit. Because I think I realized that I have like 6 videos, 4 of which are in process. And yeah, so I'm hoping to get some of them out. Anyways, let's see here. Let's see, I'm trying to catch up on chat here. Ryan's asking me... Oh, hey, Pterodon, welcome. Let's see here. Ryan's asking me if you know if you replay the video backwards, the drive reassembles itself. Yeah. Good one. Let's see here. And, oh, Sean used a 1-speed CD-ROM drive as his first one. See, I believe in our family computer... it would have been a 2-speed. Or no, not a quad speed. My first CD-ROM drive in the computer I built was probably like something like a... Oh, it was probably like a 24-speed. But then I got a 2-speed CD burner at one point, and I thought that was just like the bomb. It was actually kind of the slow, but whatever. Uh-oh. What in the world is... Okay. Now I've got a mystery clip. Certainly hope this didn't go in the optical drive. Okay. I think I'm going to have to watch myself... I think I'm going to have to go back and watch the video again. This time, watch me remove the side rails from the optical drive. Alright. Oh! No, okay. So, one of them had a... I think one of them has a metal piece that goes on it. And I looking at the... Alright, so I think this rail goes here. And it doesn't look like the metal piece was on that one. Ah, there we go. No, it was not on this one. It's on the other one, and I see where it is. Okay. Excellent. I didn't have to watch much. Garth, welcome! I am putting together the AppleCD, and I should have probably put this together weeks ago. Oh. Because I forgot where some of the screws went, but I think I got it. So if the drive implodes after I try to use it, well, it's has nothing to do with me putting the screws in the wrong place, and probably everything to do with it's an old Sony CD-ROM drive. Just hopefully it doesn't like take my Performa with it. Okay, so this bracket went on this side, and this metal piece, I think, went, well, I can see this metal piece right like that. So I guess that's probably what's going to kind of give it a bit of a friction fit. There we go. All right. I will have to probably go upstairs and find some sort of a disc to test this with. Oh wait, I think I know exactly what to test this with. I believe the Star Trek, the Next Generation technical manual will run on an 030. If I don't destroy it first. There we go. Ta-da! We have one reassembled. Well, I think this is the AppleCD 300i, but I don't know why Apple decided to not take credit, because it only has a Sony label on it. So, yeah. But there we go. I kind of cleaned the faceplate up a little. Should look good. Should work good. It's been recapped. Alright. The next piece of the puzzle, which has also been sitting upstairs because I kept forgetting to bring it downstairs. So it is recapped, cleaned, and dried. So this is the Performa 600 logic board. So note the tantalum caps where there were electrolytics. These are even replaced. I think most of the capacitors I had to replace were up here, but there are a few down here. So it's good to go. Yeah, no FPU. Anyways, yeah, there we go. Performa 600. You can tell it apart from the 2VX because the Performa 600 has no cache on it. The 2VX has the SRAM and tagrams, so that's how you can tell the two apart. Otherwise, the boards look identical, and if you don't believe me, I can go over to the shelf and grab a 2VX logic board and show you that there is indeed cache. Also, I think there's possibly something on this board to prevent the cache signals from going to the PDS slot, because the Performa 600 board does not support cache, although it might be that the cache card doesn't work in this. I don't know. The low-end Mac description of the board is confusing. It doesn't support cache. That's how they made the Performa 600 lower performing. Also, the 33 megahertz 68030 is on a 16 megahertz bus, so that really hurt performance. In fact, I think there are benchmarks that you can run on a 16 megahertz 68030 and they'll run better than on the Performa 600, because I don't think the 68030 was really designed to run on a bus speed that was slower than its clock speed. All right, anyways, so let's see. I think the next thing is, I'm going to find more things that I don't know why they are the way they are. Great. Hopefully I'll figure out where they go at some point. All right. So it's time to start putting this Performa 600 back together. 2VX has the FPU soldered to the board. Good question. That was weird. I think my power actually blinked. Yes, Bruce, you are correct. The 2VX does have the FPU soldered to the board. It also does have the cache and tag RAMs on it. So yes, you are correct. All right, that was kind of concerning that the power just blinked like that. Considering there's like no storm activity tonight, so sure enough, I bet if I check my email, no, maybe not. I thought I saw all the lights blink. Maybe it didn't. It might have been too quick for you all to have seen. Let me open up an app on my phone. I have some power monitors in my house. So let's see here. I'm just curious. Did it actually detect the glitch? No, it didn't. Okay. Must have been my imagination. Or it was just so quick it didn't see it. If there was only a 68040 upgrade path for this, wink. Yes, Garth, if only. If only. So. Oh. You couldn't hear me when I walked away. Oh. Hold on. Oh, sorry about that. Here we go. Apparently OBS changed audio sources on me. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that OBS had changed audio sources on me. Now I'm using the microphone that is on my overalls, so if I walk away again, you'll be able to hear me. Yeah, sure enough. OBS decided to use my webcam microphone, so yeah. All right, let me do a little dusting here. And I could certainly use some anti-static brushes. Or some other things. Maybe a K-Pro. Yeah, I don't know if Maypro, I don't know exactly how far Maypro is going to go. I know some people tried to do it last year, and I don't know how far it went, but I actually I have a K-Pro that one of my coworkers is going to let me borrow, so that might actually be what we take a look at next week, is a K-Pro. Because before we power that up, it needs to be inspected. Although I am going to, because my coworker might like to watch the stream when I do that, I will confirm that he is available for Thursday stream. So if I would happen to change the night of the week of my stream next week to look at the K Pro, well, it's because I'm going to give him the option of doing it on a night when he would be available to watch. So if he had other plans for the K Pro next week, it'll probably be later this month. But he was going to let me borrow it to take a look at it so we can figure out what might need to be done before we power it up, because it has not been powered up for years. But it is the K Pro that, I believe, if I remember, it's the K Pro his mom bought. So it was in, I guess it was the family computer. But he's got like it's a K Pro 2. And for those of you that know that there was more than one K Pro called the K Pro 2, it would be the K Pro numeral 2, not the Roman numeral 2. And he's got a printer. It's not the K Pro branded printer, but he's got it's actually like a decent professional, or it's a dot matrix printer, but it's, I think, one of the like letter quality ones. Because I believe his mom bought it so she could write manuscripts, if I remember. So she needed a printer that was actually capable of, and this is, I'm hoping I'm remembering the story, but she needed a printer that she could actually be able to print manuscripts on. So, and of course that hasn't been fired up in years. And somehow I'm thinking, I'm trying to remember where I put the hardware for this computer. Because that is not the screw that goes there. Oh wait, you know, I don't think this maybe didn't have many screws in it after all. Maybe that's why I can't find many screws. Okay, anyways, there's the logic board. I don't think it's a daisy wheel printer. I think it's just one of the like higher pin count dot matrix printers. But I don't, it was a couple weeks ago when he was telling me, because he was showing it off closer to the time when he brought it in. So, oh, there we go. There's the other two screws I was looking for. Oh, actually, I just realized there actually is something I need to do repair-wise before I put this back together. So, all right, let me put these two screws here. I still don't remember what that goes to. I'm hoping I remember soon. Let me set this off to the side, somewhere safe. Oh, okay. I think I remember where. It's like there should be one more screw. Maybe I have them all. Okay. Let's see. Jeremy just started a new thread on. Oh, you thought the desk mic was better overall sounding than my overall mic. Oh, so you mean this mic here, my Yeti? Or was the webcam actually sounding better? Michael, which one do you think sounded better? I can always switch mics if we're having mic audio trouble. I will admit, I think the Rode mics do better when you actually do some audio post-processing to them. All right. I realized I haven't taken a look at this floppy drive, and I believe when I tried to power this up at Chris's house, I think I got the distinct impression the floppy drive was not happy. Of course, the thing is, I think I'm also seeing that this floppy drive has not moved for years, and it's kind of stuck. Oh, so you thought the webcam sounded better. Well, it actually might. It's a Logitech mic. Well, I'll just have to remember I can't walk away. So Michael, is that actually the one that you thought sounded better? I think our first printer was actually, I think it was a Canon style writer. Because I remember it took the BJ02 cartridges. It actually was a pretty nice printer. Now, my first printer was a dot matrix printer, so it went Oh, take it back. Okay. Okay, well, is that any better, maybe? Because maybe you're thinking of this mic, because my Blue Yeti is, I do use it as backup when my Rode mic dies. So, but yeah, okay. I think I'm about to get the rubber mallet out, because obviously I've forgotten to remove a screw somewhere. Alright, this doesn't make sense. Okay. You're probably saying, oh, you need to remove this screw, but the thing is, this screw looks like it holds the hard drive caddy on. Oh, you know, I bet these are just going to be stuck because they haven't been removed in years. The Blue Yeti sounds the best. Okay. Alright. There's that. I don't want to take the rubber mallet to the hard drive, but I am going to have to... Unfortunately, the bracket is, like, stuck. I'm going to have to... Let me just try. So if anyone's concerned, I'm hitting the metal bracket the floppy drive is in, not the floppy drive mechanism itself. Because the bracket is like stuck on there. It feels like it was press fit into place by Apple back in the 90s and has never been removed. Which actually is probably the case, because these Sony floppy drives were pretty reliable. And of course, I moved my rubber mallet. Yes, this is a folks, don't try this at home moment. Although, I want the rubber mallet because I want to hit this here, the metal bracket, and not the mechanism. Yeah, I'm going to have to find a percussive instrument. I want the rubber mallet because at least it's rubber. But I can't find it. So if the hammer is the first thing I find, again, I'll put something soft on the bracket to not mar it up, but I just want to hit the bracket because it's seized. All right, hold please. All right. Professional driver, closed course, do not attempt. Okay, that should have moved. Oh, there we go. Maybe that did it. Yeah, twist the frame slightly. Okay. Well, twisting it might have helped. Maybe the rubber mallet kind of helped. It was pretty stuck in there. Okay. One Sony auto inject floppy drive. And the rubber mallet now at my disposal if it misbehaves. All right. So this floppy drive is actually quite dirty because I don't know if you saw it when I was tapping the bracket with the rubber mallet, but there was actually dust coming out of it. If it wasn't for the fact that it's dark outside and tomorrow's trash day, and the bear could already be patrolling trash cans, and thus could be in my backyard, and I wouldn't even be able to see it, I would take this outside to dust it. So instead, I'll just suffer the consequences. Oh, there we go. Actually, interestingly enough, this is, well, somewhat, a little dusty. All right. There's that. You know, this looks a lot like the bracket that goes in the Mac SE. Interesting. Oh, I guess that goes to show that Apple reused things. All right, so this floppy drive is actually not as dusty as I thought it would be. All right, at least I wanted to kind of get some of the dust off of it. All right, let me see. I'm going to... Well, if I remember correctly, I got the impression that there was something... Hey, Retro Tech Chris! I don't... Well, you probably wouldn't recognize the computer on my workbench by just the floppy drive, but... I've got the Performa 600 on the workbench. There we go. And yes, I do have my video adapter. It's right beside me. Chris is working on getting CPM to work with his adapter. Well, later this month, I hope to be looking at the CPM-based K-Pro. So, guess since we're at the 9 o'clock hour, I'll mention, yep, new coffee goal is to help with Maypro. So, never had a K-Pro. They look like interesting systems, and I'd like to get one for the channel. So, that's my May goal. All right, let me... trying to remember how to remove this. Wait a minute, this should just slide out now. There we go. I got the distinct impression earlier that there was something up with this floppy drive, so I'm going to take a look at the motor. I'm hoping it's the type I can take apart. Maybe it just needs cleaned and lubricated, but oh, maybe I gotta take the motor out. Alright, let me try taking the motor out first. Why don't you remove the floppy mechanism and then the motor, but maybe you remove the motor first on these. Jiggle the eject tab forwards and backwards while lifting. Oh. Oh, that's right. There we go. Thank you, Bruce. Alright, I want to get this motor out of here because... Oh, good. It's the type that comes apart. Let me zoom in. Let's see if I can get a little closer. I'm hoping that I just find evidence that the gear has turned to Swiss cheese, and that is the only bad news that I find in this. Kind of afraid, though, that this... If I remember what this drive did, and it might not be this drive, it might actually be one of the... It's either this drive or one of the drives in one of the LC3s actually acted like the motor had burned out. Maybe it was one of the LC3 ones. Because actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I had a disc to put in this one when I was up at Chris's. So maybe it's one of the LC3 ones that is toast. Anyways, I'm going to probably have to get a replacement floppy mechanism or two because I'm short. I have more Macs than floppy drives to at least restore the computer back to having something in the floppy drive slot. Also, keep forgetting to order spudgers. Oh, alright. Maybe my coffee goal should have just been, help. Need spudgers. Yeah. Well, I sure thought it was still on my bench somewhere. Okay, well, if I can't find the spudger, then I guess I'm just going to have to try to use these very carefully. Unfortunately, on one of the... I've got one of these that I was trying to repair, and I actually broke this tab on the drive. Trying to get the metal cover off. So word to the wise, this tab here is somewhat fragile. So I'm going to have to get one of these drives that's, that I can salvage the motor off of. Because I think I broke it, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to get the cover to stay back on. Although, then again, maybe that's not a problem now that I see how this actually goes in the drive. Oh, you know, maybe this will stay on as long as I can... Okay, maybe that's not a big problem. Okay. The other thing is I'm still trying to figure out what I did with my sewing machine oil. So once I get this open and the gears out, and I need to start lubricating this, I'm going to have to probably look under my bench. Are the tabs on the other side easier to release? They might be. They might actually be. Well, actually, maybe. No, they're not. The problem is you have to push this out far enough, clear the bracket, and push up on the bracket. Well, let me try these again. No, these ones don't seem to want to budge at all. Honestly, I think they may have redesigned this at some point, because I sure thought the 800K drives were easier to get open. It would also be easier if I could find my spudger. Might be easier with gloves off, yes, that's true. It would also be a whole lot easier if I could find my spudger, because it's got a pointy end. And apparently I decided to hide it on my bench. Although, while I look for my spudger, because apparently I moved it while working on something, and I guess didn't tell myself where I was moving it to. I did find a 3D print that I'm going to try at some point. Maybe if I remember to print it tomorrow, I will. That allows you to put one of these pluggable cameras on a microphone mount. So, quite honestly, I've tried using my stereo microscope a couple times, and while I have to applaud whoever came up with the Raspberry Pi webcam open source software, that camera works pretty nice, but the adapter I have to use to attach it to this microscope I have, because I bought the off-brand, that adapter doesn't work so well, and the image that I get from it looks really bad. So, alright. Well, okay, let me give one more look for the spudger, and then I'll... Unfortunately, I have a cut on one of my fingers on my right hand. Don't worry, it's a paper cut, but it's just in a really inconvenient spot. More like a heavyweight paper cut. I'll try removing the left glove and pushing the tab, because I don't want to get anything in the cut on my right hand. It's like in a really, I don't. Yeah, I was looking for something last night, and yeah, I didn't realize the paper I had where it was. If it were the paper was a snake, it would have bitten me. All right, what did I? Oh, I bet I know where my spudger is. It's probably on the floor, because I'm always knocking stuff off my bench. Okay. Also, if I ever buy a new toolbox, it's going to be some color that tools don't commonly come in, because... Oh, here we go. Okay, it's not the spudger I was looking for, but it's at least a spudger. Let me see if this one will... Alright. No, maybe I can... Well, this metal piece... Nope. Honestly. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so add this back. Okay. You would have thought I'd never removed one of these before, but I think this mechanism may have been redesigned for the... There we go. Got it. Oh, okay, it's had dried lubricant on the top of it. Okay, so take a look at the condition of this. There's that gear. Here we go. Here's the Swiss cheese gear. Ew. There's a dust bunny. Does anyone want to guess the condition of the Swiss cheese gear? Well, it's got a little green spot where it's been sitting against the brass gear for years. There's there's dried grease in this, so there we go. Ooh, look at that dried grease that was under here. There's a green spot. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's already falling apart in my hands because there's one of the teeth right there. So yeah, this gear was actually, yeah, this gear is, oh, there we go. That gear is toast. Yeah, that's not the kind of cheese for a sandwich, that's for sure, Jeremy. All right, we're going to have to clean that old grease out of there. Because I could almost just probably... No, I'll use... Let's see here. We'll use this 91%. Since I have a propensity for knocking the cup over, I'm just pouring a small amount in it because I will inevitably knock that over. Not necessarily during the stream, mind you, but could be like right after the stream I'll manage to knock it over. Although I could still knock it over during the stream. All right, trying to see if I've got any foam swabs left. I seemingly... I do not. All right, I guess I need to create a shopping list. It looks like I need spudgers and foam swabs, eggs, gallon of milk, maybe some ham and Swiss cheese for a fancy sandwich. They were calling for snow. I would need extra milk so I can have bread so I could have a bread and milk sandwich, but luckily I think we might be past that now at this point, although seemingly somewhere in the US they got snow this past week, because I remember seeing someone post a picture of it on Facebook. Of course, the thing is, I don't know if it was a place that normally gets snow this late, so that's kind of the I don't know if that was abnormal or not, because... Alright, so at least the old gross grease is clean. Alright, so while I let that dry out, going to okay, let me see if I can find the sewing machine oil on the floor while I let that dry. I probably knocked it off the bench like I do everything inevitably. Everything I can't find on the bench, I find under the bench. Or I'm going to realize that I've done something with it more sinister than knock it under the bench. And I guess I'll just have to use lithium grease. I can remember what I did with it. Here it is. All right, great. Well, let's see here. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that will dry quicker now that let me clean some of the grease off of this piece here. I think that's why it was so hard to get off. Grease was holding it in place. There we go. Beautiful. All right. So now let me very carefully I'd prefer to use something else, but I can't find it, so I will kind of dab some of the excess out. There we go. All right. Okay, there we go. That. All right, I've got a replacement here. Oh, good. Looks like I have 2 left, so looks like I also need to order more gears. There's that gear. And I have 1 left. And more than 1 floppy drive I need to clean, so I'm going to have to hope I remember to everything I need to order. Of course, granted, if I put this floppy drive back together and realize the motor is burned out, then, well, I'll, well, I'll have 2 gears left. Okay, there's that gear. Let me let that dry off for a moment. All right, so while I wait for that gear to dry off, let me take a look at this here. I should probably... I wish I had my foam swabs. Since I can't find my foam swabs, I will use my floppy drive cleaning kit to clean the heads. Because I don't want to use a cotton swab for that. I'll get lint on the head. I will go ahead and clean that. And all right. Actually, kind of looks like I am going to need to remove these. Looks like there's dried grease under this. And all right. Luckily, I didn't shoot that to the other side of the basement. All right. Yeah, it would be a bummer if the motor seized on this one. I think I've got one drive where I think the motor has burned out. But the more I think about it, I don't think it's this drive. I think it's the one that is in one of the 2 LC3s I got, because one of them was like super, super dusty. And I'm suspecting that it probably got enough grime in it that it might have actually jammed and burned out at some point. Just trying to clean the old grease off. I'll get a clean paper towel to wipe the dust off. There's some crud on that. I'll go ahead and clean off. And there we go. All right. Oops. Oh, I didn't want to do that, but I don't think I did any damage. I knocked the Rode receiver onto a Macintosh logic board that's sitting under my bench, but it didn't hit it hard enough to do anything. All right. This is one of those shop towel paper towels, which are, from what I can tell, are lint free, or at least lower lint than regular paper towels. I'm just trying to wipe up the dust that I dislodged from the isopropyl alcohol. There we go. All right. Now, probably the point where I just want to just basically want to just that was more than I wanted. All right. Let's see here. All right. Oh, I should have probably cleaned the other side of this too. There we go. And yeah, ideally I would have something other than lithium grease for anyone just joining, but I don't know where my sewing machine oil has fallen to. Probably just have to add that to my shopping list. All right. All right, so let's see. All right, there we go. That should be good. Let's see, this goes back like so, I believe. Let me dab a little. Ooh. That's too hard, but that's fine. All right. Oh, I just lubricated my fume extractor. Oh, good night, Frank. Well, actually, I think I got lithium grease in more places than I really wanted to. Oh well. All right, well that feels good. All right. Let me all right, let me kind of fix my goof here. Okay. Got a little more lithium grease than I wanted under there. All right, I think that feels good. All right. So let me go ahead and put these plastic pieces back. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. Because you don't want to miss any future videos about this Performa. I'm sure there will be some. After all, I have a Daystar Turbo040, perhaps. I mean, I presume that's what it is. We'll find out. All right, there's one. Two. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize I'm off camera. Hey, Rudy. Welcome. Or in this case, actual welcome, because you missed me getting the live chat window mixed up with a replay chat window while I was trying to figure out where some screws went. And yes, I welcomed you into the stream earlier, and well, I was looking at the wrong chat. Actually, welcome to the stream. I'm just starting to put this floppy drive back together because it was like the one thing I hadn't done anything to. Let's face it, I knew I would want at least a little bit of repair for the. Actually, I need to flip this around. There we go. That's better. Now if I. Was concerned of where I might slip and slam my right hand into. All right, so all right, that's feeling good. I think that will. See, that should be good. There we go. All right, I think I can put this back together. I can snap. Come on. Oh, I guess maybe I do need to. Come on. Usually just snapped right back into place. All right. There we go. Got that back together. All right. And let's see here. There we go. That's back in place. Put this motor back in. And All right. That's moving good. All right, let's see here if I can't get some. All right, so I'm gonna see if I can't get a little bit of lithium grease. And I just mean a little bit. Almost think. Here. There we go. Drop there. And drop there. Probably be a good place to put a drop. Trying to add just a little bit. There we go. There we go. Wanted to, there we go, add a little. All right. That should be good. Actually, I need to go fix, wipe up a little bit of overspray. All right. Okay, let's see if I can't get this back together now. There's that. There's this. I think if I should be able to. Wiggle this. Nope, I need to put that side on first. There we go. Okay. Good. All right, let me get these springs back on. And I think this floppy drive will be good to test. Have to find a disk to test with it. Oh, actually, I think I got a blank floppy disk beside me. Or, well, I don't know if it's blank. But I don't know what's on it, so I can probably erase it. There we go. One side. And yeah, chat is kind of quiet tonight. It's almost like, well, some more folks might join. That seemingly gained some people at the 10 o'clock hour, so There we go. All right, well that. Let's see here. Actually, let me get that cleaning disc. Remember what I did with it. Ah, that's convenient. Oh, hold on. Well, there's the... Okay, well, there's the cleaning solution that goes on it. So that means the disc itself is... Oh, there's my foam swabs that I couldn't find. Oh, I was going to... Okay, well, I'll just manually... There we go. Okay. Oh, I just realized why it doesn't feel right. I have forgotten to piece. There we go. It does help to put the plastic piece that the head assembly rides on back on the drive. Let's see here. So that goes... Oh, that goes the other way. Oh, I guess that need to do this. There we go. Oh, does it go actually like this? Hey, you thought I'd never taken one of these apart. That's not right. Oh, I guess I did have it right the first time. Okay. Hold please while I try to remember what orientation this was in because I've forgotten already. Oh. There we go. Nope. That's not right. That's not right. Hold on. Lift head first. And okay, that's... Oh. There we... Doesn't seem right. Oh, okay. That's right. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I don't know why I had it upside down in my mind. But I did. Okay. I got it. Okay. There we go. Yep. First the thing is I probably will, if I can find my if I do find my sewing machine oil, I will probably take this back apart and re-lubricate it again. Yep, there we go. Okay. Alright, that looks good. Guess that's probably as good as I'm going to get it, so alright, we'll put it back together. We'll call that good for now. Alright, so of course this might be easier to put together if I do this. Put the drive in the whatever Apple calls it. I think they call it like a dust cover or something like that. I don't really know how well it works as a dust cover. There we go. Okay. All right. And we'll put it back together. Hi, Jeffrey. Welcome. I am putting a floppy drive. I just lubricated it and cleaned it, and well, I'll have to find my cleaning head. I haven't cleaned the heads yet, although that was partially because I didn't know where my foam swabs was. It just dawned on me. I did find my foam swabs while I was trying to find the cleaning diskette. So let me do one last thing here, since I don't know where the cleaning disc is, but I do know where the foam swabs are now. And that, just go ahead and clean the heads. Probably will still, if I find the cleaning diskette, use it too, but all right, there we go. The heads are now clean again. Okay, dust cover is back in place. I'm sure lots of people probably just threw it out because it was annoying, but I'm going to put it back because I have it. Sounds like I opened a bag of potato chips. Yeah, it's that. Whatever this cover's made out of, it's some cheap material. I don't know. I don't know when, let's see, was it Scully was CEO? He was president of PepsiCo before Apple. I don't know if PepsiCo owned Frito-Lay during that time period, but maybe Scully told him to make this dust cover out of recycled chip bag material or something like that. Yeah, it does kind of sound like a chip bag. All right. There we go. Got it back together. We'll see if it works. All right, let's see here. So we'll put the floppy drive back in the bracket, although first I'm going to kind of general dusting. All right, this bracket should, there we go, slide forward and in, and all right. All right, here we go. There's that one. All right, I think the next thing is I do have this lonely hard drive bracket, and it would be a shame to not put anything in that. So I'm probably going to, well, I'll just have to get another one. I just realized I don't have any screws to hold it in. I think special Macs call for special SCSI drive replacement. So I'm going to put my Blue SCSI V2 in here. Oh, I did kind of, well, I kind of mangled the DB50 connector. All right, let me see if I've got some screws that will hold that in, because naturally they left the bracket but did not leave the screws. I'm going to screw it in. I'm going to be nice. All right, I'm looking for my box of screws. I have two, and I found the one I didn't need. Actually, here we go. Even better. I'll steal the two screws remaining on the quantum hard drive that I pulled from the first Mac LC that I ever had on the channel. So its sacrifice will help secure a Blue SCSI in a computer that doesn't have a hard drive at all. Besides, I have I'll just get some more of this size screw, whatever they are. Okay. Let's see if I can't. One thing about these brackets is I find them a little fiddly to thread the first time. There we go. I think I got the screw in. Actually, the one I do like, I'm hoping Potato Fi will redo it for the Blue Scuzzy V2, but I like Potato Fi's LC Blue Scuzzy bracket. That's just designed, you screw the Blue Scuzzy into it, and it just snaps right into the LC case. Nice if there was a ready-made bracket for some more of these Macs. There we go. I think those screws will... Well, actually, they may... Oh. Nope. Okay, it's good. There's a cutout on the other side. Alright, I got the Blue Scuzzy in. I'll have to get another Blue Scuzzy for my LC475, but that's fine. Actually, I'm going to try to get some made. Alright, just trying to cut something on this bracket, and that's okay. Not coming off. Okay, maybe I didn't get something on it after all. Alright. So, we got the Blue Scuzzy, we got the floppy drive, the be able to slide the optical drive in. There we go. Alright, there we go. We got the drives in. Yes, we're at the 2-hour mark, so smash that like button. Ah, yes we are, and we are at the 2-hour mark, that's right, because I got a slightly late start, because the Logitech camera installed with a weird driver that OBS Studio didn't like, so I had to swap drivers. I mean, I had some trouble with it while I was testing, but I thought I'd solved the problem, by realizing that, no, you just don't switch scenes in OBS and the camera's happy, but no, that's not it. Yeah, we got the drives in. Let's see here. Got the... Yeah, I think it's about time to put this back in the computer. I'm just trying to figure out where one of the screws is. Seemingly... Okay, let me take a look. Well, I gotta get the Mac here. Let me take a quick look. Oh, maybe one of the screws was missing. I don't have it. Okay. Well, I'll just have to see if I can't find a replacement. So I think it is a screw I want to have there. It's the one that holds the logic board in place. Oh, let me just go get my screw. There's a slim chance Apple used the same thread. I'm also still trying to figure out what this clip goes to. I may have to watch my stream to figure out what that goes to. If it even goes to this. I don't know. Alright, let me put the programmer switch back in. You know, come to think of it, I don't know that that is a... Oh! I don't think that's a threaded hole. That's why That must be why I can't find the screw. I think it's... Actually... Alright, let me set this in place. And I think it might become apparent what actually goes there. Oh, I guess... Oh, but before I put this back into place, now that I see, I need to put the video RAM back in. So this is the video RAM that came in the system. I think it might be a megabyte worth. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and put the original RAM back in. It is probably 424100 chips. Okay, this may only be 4 megabytes of RAM. Although maybe there's a chance these are 4 megabyte sims, so maybe it's actually 16. Because that would be kind of silly for someone to have a Daystar Turbo040 with 4 megabytes of RAM. Then again, stranger things have happened. Complaining to someone, oh, why is my Mac so slow? Oh, well, get the Daystar Turbo040. That'll speed it up. When in reality, maybe that person should have first asked, well, how much RAM does your Mac have? 4 megabytes. And what OS are you running? 761. Oh, there's your problem. Upgrade your RAM. Alright. Still am not sure what... There is seemingly a screw that goes and holds the motherboard in. And maybe it is this one. Well, that's kind of weird. Okay, hold on. I may have to go watch my stream again and watch me disassemble this, because I think there should be a screw here to hold the board in place so that when you plug ports in, it doesn't slide forward. But seemingly, I don't have... Oh, well, no, that's... Actually, maybe it is the screw here. No, it's too long. Maybe this screw... Maybe it is the screw. Because the threads are actually down a ways. Oh, here we go. Maybe it was the screw all along. There we go. I got fooled. It looked too long, but the threads are actually down inside of the where that goes. Okay. All right. Now that we had that diversion to find the screw that I thought I'd lost, but in reality I realized where I thought that screw went is actually a captive screw. Okay. So, there we go. Yes, for those of you that just saw me drop the drive cage in and thought that, wow, this part of the case feels so PC-like, you're right. If Chris is in the chat, he could confirm that, yeah, this part of this case is so PC-like. Complete with, like, sharp edges. All to make you feel good about buying a very expensive computer. A PC-like case. I still don't know what this clip goes to. it's bugging me. Oh, you know, I just realized I didn't put a... Oh, no, the battery is not hidden under the drive carrier. Okay. All right. I don't know why I'm screwing this together, but maybe that's... I'm feeling confident. There we go. Quite a PC-like case. All right. So I think it will be easier to get the drive cables reconnected while the power supply is not in place. So let me reconnect the CD-ROM audio, which I think routed this way. There's a connector on the logic board for CD audio. And that should plug in right here. All right. And let me see here. The floppy drive connector is probably one I should have plugged in before I put the drive cage in, because it is actually... Oh. I can slide... Yes, it might help to slide the CD-ROM drive out to plug the floppy cable in. Because it's actually under the CD-ROM drive. So there we go. There's that. And then probably the next one to get is the power cable, because it's also like easier to get to before you put the CD-ROM in. Probably plug the SCSI cable in, and then I'll push the CD-ROM drive into place and connect the power and CD-ROM. Because while the blue SCSI doesn't need power, the CD-ROM drive does. Otherwise, we won't be CD-ROMing very well. All right, Rudy. Good night. Hopefully you'll have a good night at work or evening. Oh, I guess it's not quite as late. Although, yep, I guess you're, yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to plug cables in, so, time zone and work shift mathing is not something I'm strong at while just trying to plug the SCSI cable in correctly without mangling the connector, because there we go. Plugs in differently. There we go. All right. Uh-oh. Something happened to my chat. Bad, YouTube. Bad. You can't disconnect the chat on my end. The stream's not done. There we go. All right. We've got power into the CD-ROM drive. Let me see here. All right. Looks like it's easier to plug the SCSI cable into the CD-ROM drive before you plug the floppy cable in. All right. I don't know who designed this cabling system at Apple, but I think they were studying PCs too closely. There we go. Now the floppy drive, and hopefully, there we go. And it reaches the blue SCSI. All right. Yep, I know that feeling, Chris. I multitask watching other people's streams. I guess sometimes, in a way, I multitask during my own streams, too. You know, I really don't know why I'm putting this thing together so well, because this could, like, not work. But where would be the fun in just partially assembling it? Alright, and now the power supply should just slide right in. Assuming I have all the cables routed correctly, the power supply should just slide right in and plug into the board. There we go. I get it. No, I don't have it. Alright, it's caught on something. Hold, please. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's not good. This case is very PC-like. Alright. I'm going to have to repair the power wire harness because I smashed it with the power supply and broke the insulation on one of the wires. All right. Well, I can't, yeah. I definitely nicked the insulation. Oh, that's for sure. Alright, if I had a Molex pin remover, I would just really quickly remove this pin and put some shrink wrap around it. Yeah, it's a lot of ribbon cable. Well, hold on, let me take a look at it under the microscope, because if it's just a dent in the insulation, then I'm not going to worry about it. But if I actually exposed wire, oh, that's weird. There we go. So, you know, I think... there we go. I thought I saw shiny. Yep. That's a break in the insulation. Alright. Let me see if I can get the pin. Well, this is probably my excuse to get a Molex pin remover. You know, at one point I used to have one, but... Okay. This is the point of the live stream where I'm going to... Because I don't have a Molex pin remover, and I don't want to, like, damage that connector more, because it's not exactly a run-of-the-mill power connector. I'm going to try to find my roll of electrical tape that should be on my workbench somewhere. Although, maybe should be on the workbench is the wrong term, but is on the workbench somewhere is the location I believe I last saw it. Oh no, Dave's saying the reason his stream was down last Sunday and the 5G or the internet and 5G down at his place was because of copper thieves. Bad copper thieves. You ruined our April 2 stream. All right, please. Oh, all right. I know I have electrical tape. Otherwise, I'm gonna. I'll have to attempt to remove the Molex pin, and I don't want to do that because I don't have the proper remover, and I don't want to break that wire harness because then I'd have to build another one. And that would make my shopping list grow. My shopping list is almost too long for me to remember, and I'll probably forget to buy something. So, let's see here. Alright. Well, let me see if I can remove the... Maybe I can remove the Molex pin here. I don't know where my electrical tape is. Actually, now that I think about it, it could be anywhere in the house because it's probably where... Since I don't normally fix computers with electrical tape, it's probably wherever the last electrical project I was working on was, where usually I will use wire nuts and then put some electrical tape around that just for added good measure. It could be anywhere in the house. Or if I could find one of my dental picks, I might be able to get the... I might be able to use that to get the pin out that I use heat-shrink tubing. Or I may just have to be very careful and try this and fix it later. But I don't really want to risk shorting my newly working power supply. Well, weird. Okay. All right. Continue to hold while I try to find something that I think will actually stand a chance of insulating this. I mean, I guess I could use Captain tape for now. Yep, okay. I guess I'll just use some Captain tape, even though it's really not ideal for this purpose. So I'm trying to think of the line from Star Trek. Was it Star Trek 3? The more they overtake the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain. Seems like the more they make it easier to communicate with people, the easier it is to realize that there's still a single weak point that Even those wireless calls still run through that copper line. Okay, I'll just use some Captain tape that'll at least protect that from shorting, and I'll get a Molex pin puller. Or find somewhere where I can use a Molex pin puller and then get the pin out of the socket and put some heat shrink tubing where the insulation's broken, and then I won't short it on anything. Okay, and then hopefully I don't mangle it more. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it looks like oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, there are just a lot of cables in this small space here. In fact, I think the floppy drive cable needs to... There we go. Okay. I think I can at least power it up, although I'll have to fix that cable. Oh, and I've done something to the power cable on the SCSI drive. What have I done to it? Oh, I think it's just... Okay, I'm going to have to take the CD-ROM drive back apart. Okay, this looks like somehow in all the mess of all the cables in the same place, I've managed to push the power connectors to the CD-ROM drive. So I'm going to take it back apart. Although I guess I can at least, well, put the power supply back in and push it in place. Alright, well, let's at least test the rest of the Performa. Okay. This is apparently not my night for trying to work on this computer, because I usually don't crush power cables and mangle power connectors on SCSI drives all in the same night. But apparently, I somehow managed to do both. Alright, well, let's at least see if the logic board powers up. Okay, CD-ROM drive's not in, floppy drive is in, blue SCSI's in. I don't have an SD card in it. No keyboard attached. But I think I can get a power up with the button on the back. We are set to VGA input on the capture card. Got it plugged into power. 3, 2, 1. And we got a chime. Alright. Let me see if I can remember what I did with the keyboard and mouse I had down here at one point. There we go. Gray screen, rounded corners, mouse cursor. And there we go. Okay. Okay, still not sure what I did with my cleaning disc, but alright, well, let's see if the floppy drive at least If I put a disk in, we'll at least try to boot from it. It does. It's, I don't know. Sounds a little funny, but it is working, so maybe that's just the fact that it... Oh, it could be that plastic case is giving it a funny echo. Okay. If I can figure out where my keyboard and mouse is, then I'll grab one of the SD cards. I don't remember taking it upstairs, so it should be down here. Alright. Question to myself. If I were trying to move an ADV keyboard and mouse out of the way, where would I put it? The answer is in the last spot that I would think to look at it during a live stream. Okay, that's a PC keyboard. Well, you know, maybe I did take it upstairs. Okay. Yes, now it's the time for coffee, Thomas. I'll skip the coffee. It's kind of late. Okay. Thing is, I don't remember taking it upstairs, and yet I don't see the keyboard down here. So nope, I know where the keyboard and mouse is. It is upstairs. It never came back downstairs after VCF East. That's why I can't find it. All right. I'm going to go to be right back and go upstairs and go get the keyboard and mouse that is apparently still up there somewhere because it never came back downstairs. Well, Jack, normally I would say, yeah, it's on slamming a SD card into the Blue SCSI and boot without the keyboard and mouse, but there's two things I can't do without a keyboard and mouse. One is go to About This Mac and see how much memory came on it. And two, go to the monitor's control panel and see how many colors it shows me that I can set it to. Both of those items require at least a mouse. And of course, maybe the third and most important, ooh, look what I got in my hand. Okay, there we go. That was apparently the macOS 7 obligatory reboot because there's nothing in PRAM. I believe this is macOS 7.6. No, I think it's 7.5.3. Although maybe it is 7.6.1. Oh, it's one of the two. It's whatever I installed for my LC475. One of the two. We'll see. But I may need to install a control panel for the Daystar Turbo040, which I went ahead and brought to the bench. I believe I installed some benchmarking utilities on this image, so I should be able to actually try some benchmarks. But the other important thing is, if you remember me on a stream a couple weeks ago where I installed some enablers at the beginning of the stream on an SD card, well, this is the SD card, and one of those enablers was for the Performa 600. So about this computer. Oh, nice. Apparently that was 16 megabytes of RAM. Yeah, all right. So there's 20 megabytes of built-in memory. 20 megabytes of built-in memory? Oh, no, wait a minute. I think there's 4 on board, and that must have been 16. So that's 20. Oh, and it's got virtual memory turned on. That's why. So yeah, I think that was 16 megabytes of RAM, because there's 4 on board. Nice. And let's see, if we go to control panels, monitors. Let's see, it's showing me thousands of colors at 640 by 480. So I think that means that's only 512K of VRAM. Okay. No. 512K of VRAM, 640 by 480, that would be... Actually, maybe that is 1 megabyte. I don't remember right offhand what... Actually, I'm going to have to go look that up. Now I'm trying to remember. 640 by 480... Let me just look up on low-end Mac, or every Mac, whichever one comes up first in the web search. Every Mac. I think that'll... Yep. Let's see here. So the Performa 600 features a 32 megahertz 68030 processor, 4 or 5 megabytes of RAM. I believe this one had 4. 80 megabyte hard drive was original. Oh, now this would be the 600 CD. Oh, it came with 5 megabytes of RAM, but that would have been 1 megabyte of SIMs, 160 megabyte hard drive, and a 2-speed CD-ROM. All right. So this would have originally come with 5. So they probably removed the original 1 and installed 16. So that gives me 20. That is a very nice amount to have. So let's see here. With 512K of VRAM, the onboard video is capable of supporting 512 by 384, 16-bit, or 640 by 480 8-bit. So with 1 mega VRAM, yeah. So I got 1 megabyte of VRAM. Math is hard late. Mac 84. Yay. Yes, this is my Performa 600 without the Daystar Turbo. Oh, wait a minute. Apple System Profiler? It doesn't work on this computer. Apple, why do you taunt us with Apple System Profiler? All right, well, let's shut down. And I'm going to unplug because I'm going to install something here real quick. Because I'm curious. We'll switch to table cam here. All right. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. That's all I'm going to sing because I'm pretty sure that whoever owns that song probably is very vicious with their copyrights. All right. All right, we got a chime. This is the first testing of the Turbo040 where I actually have a functional power supply and actually have a monitor plugged in. Because I did power it up at Chris's house, but I'd forgotten my monitor adapter, so it did chime with the Turbo040 in, but we had no way of seeing what was on the monitor. Oh! That was weird. That didn't look like a sad Mac, but it didn't look like a... Oh, wait a minute! Hey, did you all see that? That was a Happy Mac that said Turbo040 on it. So that must mean this upgrade card is active right now. Oh, maybe I don't have to install a control panel for it. Yeah, very nice. Well, it would be nice if it would kind of start to load the extensions. Oh, sorry. Well, at the moment, it seems to be stuck. Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot. Well, I'm going to have to mash the reset button because it appears to be stuck. I'm going to have to boot without extensions. But yeah, notice it's going to be quick. There we go. There's an extension. Apparently, I have an extension that it did not like. Maybe I need to load the Daystar extension. We have Macintosh. 20 megabytes of memory. Okay, extensions are off. That would explain the... Will Apple System Profiler run on a 040? Yes, it runs now. There we go, 68040 at 40 megahertz. Yay! I just don't know why it didn't like... I don't know what extension it didn't like. That's the... Okay, that explains why I can't run System Profiler on a lot of Macs. It apparently requires an 040. That's annoying. Alright. Let's see if I can figure out what extension it didn't like. Wait a minute. Oh, that's an Apple extension. Apple Control Panel Cache Switch. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see, what else did it may have not liked. See, system folder, extensions. Let's see here. Anything that jumps out? Well, the one thing that jumps out at me is maybe it doesn't like the Apple cache switch control panel. Maybe it... Oh, hey K-Mac, welcome. All right, well, let's see if I can't maybe find the Daystar control panel. I've never had one of these cards, so I don't know if maybe it really needs the extension. Or I'll pull the CD-ROM drive back on the workbench and Daystar Turbo040 extension. Oh, well, there's the manual for it. Okay, manualslib.com has a very corrupted copy of the manual for this upgrade. All right, let me see if I can... there we go. Chapter 7, page 89. All right, I don't know if I'm going to be able to read it. I should probably share screen. That page is not readable. Okay, this is almost... I'm not a robot. Select all the fields with traffic lights. There, give me the manual. No, I just want to download it. And... oh, okay. Oh, good. Here we go. I got the manual. Apparently, ManualsLib's web view of that manual was corrupted, but the PDF was not. So if I go to chapter 7, installing it on the Performa 600, starts on page 89. So let's see if... let's see what it says. So no adapters required. Of course not, because it plugs straight in. Backup all hard drives. Check your hard drives with Apple Disk First Aid. Upgrade your hard drive's driver software. I'm pretty... oh, wait. That's weird. Oh, I just realized something. The, hold on. You can't see everything I can because OBS is being silly. So let's... there we go. There, now you can see my entire screen. All right, that's better. All right, update your hard drive's driver software with a version known to be compatible with the 68040. I'm pretty sure that should be this correct because I installed the drivers. I used Disk Jockey, I believe. So it should have done that for me. Turn off the Mac, press the power switch 3 times during the power, place it, open it, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. I heard the bong. Okay. Tells me to ready to install the software, installing the Turbo040 software. Okay, so it looks like I do need to install software. Going to chapter 9 to get an idea of what the software looks like. Hopefully it's on the garden. If one of my mods finds a link on the garden before I do, feel free to put a link in the chat. All right, if you're using system software prior to 7.5, should be 7.6.1, so I should be good there. Started from the hard drive. Oh, that's to update the network software. Quad control panel. Quad control. Okay. All right. Quad control panel. All right. Let's see. Macintosh Garden. Quad control. Nope. Nope. Let's see. Daystar. I can type. Daystar Power Math. Daystar Power Central. Power Cache Control Panel. Accelerator card drivers. Let's see here. Add in Daystar. Ooh, it doesn't look like the right one. Oh, there's a page on low-end Mac. I thought I saw links somewhere. Okay, so we want Daystar. Turbo040. Let's see here. Speed, power math, installing it. Don't know what that goes to. Oh, that's that page. I'm looking for the quad control panel that would have been on the. I guess I could probably zoom this out just a little bit. I'm trying to install the Turbo040 software. It looks like the disk that came with this accelerator should have had something called the quad control panel. Daystar Software 040, yeah. Somehow I think I'm probably going to have to go to Google. I normally use DuckDuckGo. That's... No, alright. Daystar. Because for some reason, when I tried booting with extensions on it, oh no, do I want to leave YouTube? Oh, here we go. Why didn't I find that? Alright, so I think I want the... There we go. I think I want that one. And... No, I'm not going to be able to open that. Alright, I'm going to have to find a way to get that onto this computer. Yep, I think that should be what I want right there. The Turbo040. Just gotta find a way to get it on the computer. Means I need a PC floppy drive, which I don't have one down here inconveniently. Yeah, I would have found it 90 seconds sooner if I'd seen that you'd sent a link in the chat. I'm going like a million miles an hour here, Steve. Or at least 80. Some people were accusing me of going 88 miles an hour earlier in the stream. It's kind of hard to read the chat when you're going 88 miles an hour and your chat window's on a monitor. All right, good night, K-Mac. See you later. I'm going to probably have to go upstairs and grab a floppy drive. A PC floppy drive, so I can copy that file onto this floppy disk and then put it in the Mac. Which it would be good to know if this Mac will format this disk or read it. Oh, no need. It's already a Mac disk. All right. Okay. Well, what I'm going to go do is it will probably be quicker if I just copy that file to this disk from my PC upstairs instead of trying to finagle an empty USB port on this PC to plug the drive into. So hold, please. Let me get this WinHex file onto a disk. Although I do need to shut down this Mac because I need to have extensions on so that I can use the PC file exchange. So, all right. So I just pulled the Turbo040 out of the computer. All right. Gotta wait, at least it's out and I can load extensions. All right. Let me go copy the file and I will be right back. Alright, and I've got the files copied to a floppy disk, and I also grabbed a CD-ROM that claims it works on Macintosh while I was upstairs. I have no idea if it works with a 68040 Macintosh. Oh, wait, I just found the system requirements. No, it does not. But I might be able to at least use it to see if the optical drive's working when I fix the slight manglage I did to the power connector. Alright, I might also put a PRAM battery in here before it drives me too crazy. So, hey, Will Jr. 880. Oh, you only lost me to go copy some files onto a floppy disk. Thomas, I have two USB floppy drives, and I need to just bring one of them down here and find a free USB port in this computer to plug it into, but that last part's the difficult part because I have enough cameras and other things for streaming plugged into this computer that I really don't know if I have a free USB port to plug a floppy drive into. And this computer's new enough that there's no floppy drive port on the motherboard. Although I would be crazy enough to see if I could find a PCI floppy drive controller card, because I do think I have a free PCI slot in the computer. And I was only half joking there, because I probably would actually do it if it would give me a floppy drive. Because it comes in handy for, like, doing things like this. There we go. Alright. Let's see here. Of course, the other thing is, do I have... Oh, no. I just realized. I don't have... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. We're fine. I just realized I don't have stuff it on this SD card. However, I should have stuff it on this volume here, which I am going to try to plug into the SCSI port that I know is in the back of this computer somewhere, but... Okay, I cannot... Blue SCSI to the rescue. I'm trying to blind plug a blue SCSI. Oh. Just the only problem is the external blue SCSI case does not fit a Performa 600. I've got it booting on a blue SCSI, but I don't have stuff installed on the image that I had in it. So I had to put my other blue SCSI in it, and that blue SCSI has a volume on it that has Stuffit Expander on it, so I can expand the binhex file that has the Turbo040 drivers on it. And then we'll see if the Turbo040 will boot 761. Hopefully with the control panel or extension installed, it will be more cooperative. Also, if I can figure out whatever that extension is, which you can't see, but it looks like a stack of papers with two hands on top and bottom holding the stack of papers. So that might be the troublesome extension because it's the first one that loads. All right, let's see here. So let's see, beta 1. Oh, that's the Blue SCSI transfer. Let's see, apps and games, utilities. Should have. Actually, run it in place because I. All right, let's see here. Actually, I think that's the one I want right there. Only problem with PC file exchange is. There we go. That's the one I want right there. What is that first extension? I'll have to actually look in the extensions folder and. Oh, after I finish copying the file, of course. All right. Let's expand this. So I suspect this is going to probably expand to the extension, and I'll go hunt this other extension's identity while I'm in the extensions folder. There we go. That looks like the right thing. Quad control. All right. Well, Garth's handy apps and games volume to the rescue. All right. So should be. There we go. There we go. All right. Well, let's plop this in the system folder. And, okay, that's a control panel. All right, let's go figure out what that extension was that looks like it might have been. See what that one is. So it looked like. Don't see it yet. Don't see it yet. Ah, here we go. The CFM 68K runtime enabler. So that is. I have no idea what that is. Or at least I have the control panel for the Turbo040 card installed. All right. Oh, turned it off. All right. Power's unplugged, so I can't accidentally turn it on while plugging in the Turbo040. That would be bad. Plug the Turbo040 in. There we go. Plug Performa back in. And all right. And prepare to see the little special Happy Mac. Because apparently this upgrade card has some sort of a ROM on it that overrides the Happy Mac. It's going to be quick, though. Code Fragment Manager. Oh, yeah, that's probably it. Okay, well, let's see what... Sure enough. I might need to swipe the SD card out of another of my Blue Scuzzies. Because for some reason, it doesn't like System 761. Or it doesn't like one of the extensions. Because the thing is, if I boot with extensions disabled, it will go into the... Yeah, it works with extensions disabled. Okay. Well, I guess this is one of those times where you have to, like, do extension troubleshooting. Of course, it didn't load the control panel, but... Oh. Okay, well, we got the 40 megahertz 68040 ROM 411. At least it sees the upgrade. Oh, there's one other thing I can do. I'm curious. Then I'll start some extension troubleshooting. Actually, in case I need to swap... Blue Scuzzy images. Let me do something here real quick. Save myself a little time. Let me go to the control panels and put a copy onto that volume there. So if I swap SD cards, I at least have the control panel. All right, so what do I want to do? I'm going to... Oh, maybe I'll do this too, just to... All right. This should work with extensions disabled. Yes, Mac stuff from this era can be very peculiar. System info. Wrong one. I want CPU info. So this is a 68040. So this is a full 68040. Because I was curious because they did make Turbo 040s with the 68LC 040 on them, but this is a full 040. Very nice. That was one thing I was curious about. Okay. So one of these extensions... Actually, doesn't 761 have the extensions manager? Here we go. Let's use the extensions manager. Make this a little easier because I can actually turn them off without having to drag them out of the system folder. All right, so let's turn off this extension. And actually, I'm just going to turn that one off because that was the first one that was loading. Normally, you like turn half of them off, but I'm just going to disable the one that loaded first, or was loading first. Yeah, maybe I should try turning off 2020 patch. Yeah, the binary, exactly, the binary search method. Yes, this is the fun you had back in the day. Exactly how you figured out what extension it didn't like. The binary search method. Alright, well, I will turn off... I will turn off the first, let's see, several extensions. Actually, why not, let me turn off, I don't know, Apple Script, Apple Share. No, I don't have the CD-ROM drive in, so I'll turn it off. Flipping, color picker. I know Steve will be sad that I just turned off some printer extensions. And there, that's about half of them. All right. Yeah, everything's recapped in here. The Turbo040 didn't have any electrolytics on it. Everything else I've recapped, except the floppy drive. But I don't know that those usually require recapping. Are you hallucinating that in some version of macOS you could hold down spacebar when booting and it would bring up Extension Manager? Well, I don't know. Because it's obviously not booting. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see if that's 761. I'm holding down spacebar. That might be a System 8 thing. $2K compliant. Ah, welcome. Yeah, it's going to be the last extension you turn off, so just go to that one. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay. Well, I'll see what the last extension in the list is. I mean, technically, I should probably turn off half the control panels, too. I mean, you know, I was suspicious about that one, so maybe I should just turn off the Apple's 040 cache extension. All right. I don't think it was in this half of extensions. I'm going to reboot just see if it was that control panel. But what would be the last one? It would be the world script. Well, all right. Let me try that one. Turn them off. Turn them all off, and then on one by one. Yeah, I probably should, but it's like 11:30, and Okay, it wasn't Apple's cache control panel, because it would have started loading extensions by now. All right. Okay, what I'm going to do, I will first try the second half of the extensions. And if that still doesn't work, then, well, I'll go to the 1x1. Because something's weird here. Or actually, you know what I might try first? All right. Turn them all back on. Let me try this first. So my settings. Let me just try the System 761 base extensions. So that's going to turn off monitors and quad control. Speech. There, that'll turn off the ones I added to 761. All right, let's see if it'll... All right, let's try this. If this doesn't work, I'll turn them all off, and we'll go 1x1. These are the 761 base extensions. I would expect this to work. That turns off monitors. Yeah, no, that was weird. Monitors, I don't think's the problem. But not desktop printers. Yeah, it turns off monitors, but not desktop printer. Thomas, this thing's not running Doom at the moment. Running Doom on Macs is really Action Retro's thing. I think this time I really am just going to, like, turn them all off, except for, like, a few that I know are not the problem, because they can't be the problem. But pretty much, let me see. I'm going to duplicate this set. I'm going to call this troubleshooting. And I'm going to turn all the control panels off, all the extensions off, and turn that off. I guess I'll turn that off, And I think the only thing I'm going to turn on are the Daystar Quad control panel. Because if that doesn't work, then we're probably in trouble. That's it. It's the only thing I'm going to load. I'm going to let that control panel load. That's it. This started as a clean install on a new volume. And then I installed a few control panels. And this is very weird. This is kind of really very weird. Hmm. Okay. Steve, I thought I used the universal install. I sure thought I did. But maybe I didn't. It's hard to tell what it might have tricked me into doing, actually. Okay. Well, let's, Okay. Let's assume for the moment that this is not a universal install. and it was just too long ago when I did that, so I forgot about it. Therefore, I need to steal. I think it is. Okay, I'm going to assume that's not a universal install for the moment. So I just took a guess. I don't remember which of the two blue scuzzies I have that has 7.1 with a bunch of enablers on it, but it will be very apparent if this is the wrong one. Oh, this is not stressful yet. Fixing my mess up on the CD-ROM drive might be stressful. Oh, wait. Okay. Interesting. Maybe it was just a matter of knowing which micro SD card to grab. Okay, this is kind of weird, though. I think I know what the problem is. I think there's something wrong with my copy of the image that was on that on my LC475, because I think these two SD cards started with the same. I think they started with the same base image. So I bet something's happened to my image that's on the LC475, or they aren't a common root image, and the one that's on my LC475 didn't get a universal install. Because sure enough, this is also 761, and it booted. It also happens to have the benchmark utilities on it that I was looking for on the other one. But yeah, we're running with 040 power, and it's booting. So either there's actually something wrong with the first image I was using, and I'm going to have to run disk first aid on it, or it's actually not a universal install, even though I thought I had two copies of the same base image. So, interesting. Well, there we go. The control panel loaded. I'm powered by Daystar Turbo. If I go to the quad control panel, let's see here. Cache mode, auto. Secondary cache is on, and I have power math. Ooh, I like the sound of power math. So if I run... Oh, no. You know, this must be a new install, because... Notice, I don't have... Oh. You know, I bet that first image wasn't a universal install. I bet I installed it for that Mac. Because actually, if you notice, I had, like, Snooper and a bunch of other stuff on that one image. It's not on here. I bet I got my two images mixed up. Yeah, look at this. This is great. Let's run speedometer. Let's see if I can load my machine records. And you might see what I was up to on this image. Let me see here. Analysis. Load record file. My machine records. Here we go. Let's compare this computer to an LC3 with a 68882. How about it? Which drive to test? That looks good to me. All right, here we go. Flashing light warning. Wow, look at those graphics go. I thought I had a few more benchmarks on this drive. They must be on... Oh, they must be on my other card. Oh, that's right. Now I know what the other Blue Scuzzy I was about to swipe is. It's a 7.1 install with all the enablers. That's the one that has all the records I was looking for, except this one. It's a video I was working on for Marcintosh that never... it's, like, stuck in... Yeah. It needs some work. That's why it didn't come out in March. I ran all these benchmarks for a bunch of stuff and then realized that I did something stupid by not installing those enablers sooner on 7.1 so that I could run all the benchmarks on the same OS version. Because on the LC3, I ran it under 7.6.1 and the rest of them it was under 7.1. I'm like, everyone's going to call me out for that. I got to rerun all the benchmarks. After fixing... there was a couple other mistakes I made too. It was like, okay, I got to fix my image so it just boots on all the machines and I can run the benchmarks again. But the benchmarks I need to run take so long to run. I was like, okay. There we go. The tests are done. Color benchmarks. Oh, well, let's just go to the comparison. So, how much faster is this computer than an LC3 with the 68882? There you go. It is like CPU is a little over 3 times faster. Graphics about 2 1/3 times faster. Disk a little faster. Yeah, that makes sense. I think these are both have like the 1.5 megabit SCSI controllers, or maybe they're the 4 megabit ones. Math. That looks like it is at least 5, maybe 6 times faster. Yeah. Go 68040. Kilowatt. K-wet stones. Yeah. Blew it out of the water. Yeah. You can see the benchmarks for yourself. That's a nice Turbo040 upgrade. All right, well, let's save this record because I'm going to see if I can do something here. Let's see here. Save machine record. So this is a Performa 600 with Daystar Turbo040. And I can't type, apparently. Performa, there we go. Open an existing file to save into, or my machine records. We'll call this, 600 with Turbo040. All right, there we go. So I've saved that. Only I had a comparison to my LC2. It's on the other SD card. It would take too long to pull it off. All right. So let me see if I can... Does the Turbo040 let me, like, turn off the 040? No. Okay. All right. Well, let's do another useful comparison because I'll need this for something else I'd like to do. Wow, that 040 processor runs pretty warm, but I think that's because it's an XC and not an MC. So, all right, I'm gonna put this in an anti-static bag. because I probably won't put that back in tonight. But, alright. The other benchmark I want to run is that same benchmark without the Turbo040. Hopefully the control panel just kind of doesn't freak out because the extension, the accelerator is not installed. I mean, it shouldn't do anything. There is no 040 for it to do anything with. Okay. Oh. So we can at least compare a Performa 600 to a Turbo040. But another thing I'm going to do is I would like to compare the Performa 600 with the Macintosh 2VX. And then, as a special bonus comparison, and hopefully Steve isn't jealous. I don't know if this board works, but I have one of these. Steve probably will recognize what that is. Just mine's in like slightly better shape, I think. And if anyone's wondering, I only have the logic board. I don't have that full computer. I snagged a logic board off of eBay, the place where I buy everything that I ultimately regret, except apparently for Performa 600 computers. That should be a Quadra 650 board. Although I guess if it's a Centrus 650 board, I wouldn't be too disappointed because they're about the same machine. All right. So let's run these tests. This is without the accelerator card. So this should be slower. But yeah, I picked that board up off eBay. Actually, the funny thing is, I saw that on eBay like right before my trip to go see Chris and pick this machine up. And I saw the price. I was like, you know, if I just have a Performa 600, I think I might want to put a Quadra 650 board in it as an upgrade. Because actually, there was a company that sold Quadra 650 upgrade boards for Performa 600 users. You'd like pay them money and send them your Performa 600 board for the core credit, and they'd send you a Quadra 650 board. I forget which company it was right offhand. I think they sold accelerator cards too, but they did like logic board swaps too. So I was like, if there's nothing exciting in my Performa 600, because I read all the bad reviews of it, maybe I'll put a Quadra 650 board in it. And then, of course, it has a Turbo040 in it. If that tells you how much I did not expect that. I bought a Quadra 650 logic board because I didn't expect there was an upgrade in it. I will test that Quadra 650 board at some point because, I mean, it should work. Yeah, I think I can already see there's a I can already see some of these numbers are definitely much lower without the Turbo040. Of course, at this rate, I'm not going to have much time to fix my CD-ROM drive tonight, so I guess I'm probably just going to fix that off stream and post an update. Basically, I gotta... Looks like I bent the power connector slightly, so... I guess I just need to take it apart and see if I can unbend it. It should be repairable now that I'm actually looking at it. basically, that's what I did. It's kind of bent slightly. So I should be able to probably, I may not even have to completely disassemble it. I think I just need to remove the top cover and probably hit those mounting posts with the soldering iron and, oh, actually it looks like I might have pulled the vias that those posts mount into, but, well, I might be able to unbend it slightly, at least so that I'm not worried that I'm going to break it. Save for the Sunday. Actually, I may just put the CD-ROM drive in and go with it, because I don't think I actually broke it, so it shouldn't short anything. Yeah, at these speeds, I might get a speeding ticket. Yeah, funny, Sloopy. Yeah, this test is definitely running much slower. Now it's just still bugging me. I got this clip that came off of something in this computer. Actually, I don't know that it came off of something in this computer. Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe that doesn't go to this computer. Oh, cool, Jack. That's cool. Had an 040 in it. Yeah. Well, I think yeah, in the video I did on this Performa 600, I've got the auction photos in the video. I think I put the video in the description. um just a little bit of a difference. In fact, I think this might be a slightly more fair comparison. Oh, wow. Okay, so if you were considering LC3 versus a Performa 600 stock, the LC3 is actually not a bad performer in this case. Now, granted, this LC3 benchmarks, there's an FPU installed, so the Whetstones benchmark, that's why that's such a big difference. And some of the other math ones, but if you look at the CPU and graphics scores, look. You might have been better off buying the LC3 unless you needed the expansion cards. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Performa 600 with a Turbo 040, it's no contest. Yeah, that's a no contest. Look at that. That's pretty impressive. That's actually pretty impressive. Okay. So let me save my machine record here. And let me see here. My machine records. And we're going to call this Performa 600. There we go. Now I've got that record. All right. Okay. So I'm going to let's see if I can get the CD-ROM drive back in with a minimum of mangling. I think the floppy drive cable really needs to be behind the CD-ROM cable, and this power connector cable needs to go under the SCSI cable. And hopefully... Alright, we're going to go for it. Yeah, the Whetstone benchmark is a pretty old one, and I don't know that it's necessarily reflective of modern computing usage. I mean, it's a benchmark. I think if you run that benchmark on two systems, you might, well, I guess probably if you run that benchmark and written, well, I don't know, it's probably not just as simple as you could compare that on two systems, because I'm sure depending on what language you rewrote the benchmark in to compile it for a certain system could affect performance, but I guess you could use it for relative comparisons still. All right. We'll probably need to unplug my blue SCSI from the back because I do not know what SCSI ID that the CD-ROM drive is configured for, and I don't remember what. Actually, no, I don't think it'll conflict. I'm just having fun trying to plug the SCSI cable in. I think I see why I mangled the power connector. I'll put the SCSI cable on backwards. Nope. There's just not a lot of room at all. There we go. All right. It's in. All right. Okay, let's see. Well, we got a light on the front of the CD-ROM drive. That's a good sign. All right, so what CD do I have? It is the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center Presents Space Transportation Past, Present, and Future, which unfortunately won't run on this Mac because it doesn't have a Power PC, but, well, the CD-ROM drive should at least, the CD should at least load. And I might be able to, like, play some file that's on it. Alright, so I just opened one of my CD Caddies that I got from LNY Computer in Woodbridge, Virginia. I'm going to take this CD that actually I just opened it today. I'd found it at a local thrift shop for pretty cheap. And, well, I'll go back to screen share. I don't, well, if I, or screen capture. Well, let's see if, well, I didn't put the front faceplate on correctly. Because the door is supposed to flip down to say Caddy loaded when you got the Caddy loaded, but I obviously have the Caddy loaded. Well, let's see here. Said I needed a Power PC. Well, maybe the system requirements are... Nope. Okay, it requires Power PC. That was a pretty quick exit. All right, let's just read this readme.txt. Oh, there must be word on Garth's apps and games volume. But I am reading this README file off of the CD. And it loaded. There we go. run the program, simply insert the disk into your CD-ROM drive. The program will automatically start. Only installation required for the CD-ROM is QuickTime version 3. System requirements: on a Mac, recommended 100 megahertz power PC. Wait a minute, that's just recommended. Oh, maybe I've got the wrong version of QuickTime installed. Wow. Maybe this will run if I install the correct version of QuickTime. QuickTime README. This is cool though. This CD-ROM drive works. QuickTime 3. I'm reading this off the CD. Requires System 7 or later. Power Macintosh or... Oh, okay, it'll work on a 68040. Cool. Because I bet that if I go look at the QuickTime extension... Probably version... Oh. What? Oh, version 2.5. Okay. Hey. Alright, let's, Okay, I know I'm probably about to draw the stream to a close, but... Alright. I'm curious. I got this CD at the thrift shop. I didn't know what it was. It looked cool because it had space on it. Let's see if I can install QuickTime 3 real quick and maybe it'll run, and we'll close the stream with maybe playing some QuickTime video off the CD-ROM. It might be a slideshow because the recommended requirements was a 6-speed CD-ROM and this is only a 2-speed, but I mean, I can't think of a better test of a CD-ROM drive than to actually play video. Although, yeah, I'm going to have to fix the Caddy loaded door. I must have put it on wrong. Because I can feel it and it's physically obstructed, so I must have... Yeah, I must have put the door faceplate back on wrong. I guess I will get the opportunity to try to fix that power connector. But that is like really... Yeah, I'm installing QuickTime from a CD-ROM drive. That AppleCD 300i recapped. So Garth, if you're still watching, assuming you're not eating supper right now, although it'd be really late for supper. I recapped it. It works. I just got to maybe fix the power connector and the Caddy loaded door, but yeah, it's a 2-speed CD-ROM drive. We're installing QuickTime at a whopping 300 kilobytes a second. I mean, I can't think of a better way to wind the stream down than just a slow, leisurely QuickTime install. I don't think the Turbo040 would help this. If this program runs, I will I'll try to like rip the CD, assuming it's not already archived. Although interesting, it says copyright NASA Marshall. All rights reserved, but I sure thought anything the U.S. government did was public domain. Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess the government can still copyright it, but this is probably archived somewhere. Although if it's not, I'll archive it, because... But it looks like it's an actual NASA production. Oh. Okay, little irony here. So, what has Canada done for NASA? Well, there's the Canada arm, and then there's apparently the manufacturing of these CD-ROMs. Well, yeah, the NASA CD-ROM made in Canada. You know, I think this would have gone faster if I'd just gone it. Well, actually, that's the problem. I don't really have a computer with this CD-ROM drive in it, or even a DVD-ROM drive in it to rip discs. I mean, I guess I got my external DVD burner for my MacBook Air, but like, seriously, I would like a computer case for my main computer that had an actual optical drive bay, but would still fit the computer. They just don't make those anymore. Yeah. By the blessing of the desktop file, yeah. No, don't adjust your YouTube. The install is actually still going at 2-speed CD-ROM speeds. It's actually still running. Yeah, I'm just glad that the recapping works. I got the power supply working. I guess I'll get a Molex pin remover, so I can fix the power cable. Just if I can get the pin out, I can clip the zip tie, and then I can get some heat shrink tubing where I nicked the insulation, and then that'll fix that. I guess fix the power connector on the CD-ROM drive to at least reinforce it so I can't like mangle it any further. Yeah, I think we could compile QuickTime 3.0 from source code on this computer at this rate. I think it would probably have almost installed faster if I'd copied the installer from the CD-ROM drive and then run it. Because what it's doing is, yeah. Because then it would have copied it as one file, not kept referencing the file. But yeah. But yeah, it's half installed, so I might as well let it finish. Because, you know, this could be one of those installs where the rest of it just goes... But probably not. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I see what it did. It, like, read everything from the disk. Probably into RAM. And there... Oh, good thing I did. I was almost going to say, maybe I should cancel it. But, oh, okay, Dave. We'll see you Sunday. Okay, it looks like it read everything off the CD-ROM into RAM and then wrote everything in one fell swoop. Because, yeah, there we go. I'm glad I didn't cancel that, because that would have been awkward for me to have later figured out that it was almost done. Yeah, okay. So I think the Caddy loaded, I think I was supposed to make sure it was under something in the drive that it's actually over top of. So the Caddy, because there's a little door that's supposed to flip down when you load the Caddy. that reminds you that you've got a Caddy loaded. So obviously I put the front panel on and didn't align something. But anyways, all right, I got QuickTime 3 installed. So I guess we'll, so to close the stream out, I'm going to see if this will actually run. So guess we'll go ahead and encourage everyone. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you're not already. Ring the notification bell because I've got videos in queue. I know Mac folks will eventually enjoy some of them. PC folks will eventually enjoy some of them. Other platform users will enjoy some of them. So yeah, subscribe and ring that notification bell so that you know when those videos go live. Also, I will point out, I do have a Patreon. If you'd like to get early access to those videos, tiers start at just $1. Also, I am on Coffee. Coffee tips are greatly appreciated. They help me buy the supplies that I need to have these live streams, like solder and flux and other things, like even spudgers and Molex pin removal tools. But I am always just glad you're here to join me for the streams. So, and yes, Sloopy, Atari is... Oh, well, that didn't run. Okay, well, apparently... okay, well, apparently this does not run on an 040, even though the instructions imply that it might. Oh, well. I guess that was disappointing. Well, I'll just have to try this on a PowerPC, I guess. Which means I'll have to get one it'll run on. I don't have a PET. Those are a bit expensive. Other platforms, I do have an Atari. There is a Commodore 64 that I haven't shown on the channel. Atari, I have several Atari videos that have been on the channel. I have the Color Computer 2. I have the ZX80 clone. I have multiple PCs, not all of which have been shown on the channel. There may be one upstairs in a box that I should probably open the box, but haven't yet. I have compact LTEs. I do have another computer inbound, which could be fun, assuming it shows up in one piece. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, if you want to possibly see, know when I upload those videos or have live streams on those computers, do subscribe and ring the bell icon. Because if you don't subscribe, there's no guarantee that the YouTube algorithm will recommend those videos when I upload them. So, with that, it is late here. I'm going to call this success right now that the Performa 600, other than a few things that I did wrong, Performa 600 works great. The mistakes I made are easily fixable. And, oh, that's right. That was the computer I was trying to think of. I have a TRS-80 Model 4P. There's another one I have. So yeah, all good computers. I like to vary what I show on my live stream, although I do have to admit it's probably a little heavier Mac and PC because those are the platforms I know better. But these other platforms will show up too. So next week I do hope to have a K Pro on the workbench. So we'll see if that works. If it doesn't work out, then whatever is in the box upstairs that I really should take a look at sooner rather than later, that will be what will be on the bench. And I may very well open that box live because this seller, I think, said no returns. So, well, as long as I don't think UPS damaged it, because if I think UPS damaged it, I'll have to open it sooner. But I don't think they did. The box looked intact. So, yeah, tune in next week. Don't know yet if it will be a K Pro or what's in the box. With that, Have a great rest of your day, or evening, or night, as the case may be. I hope to see you next time, and until then, take care. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.